Ma io guarda, per un periodo ho fatto, andava sotto casa, alla fine mi sono fatto di tutto, no, lui sta studiando, mi impiegava pure, sicuramente. Io andavo lì, facevo tutto, non bravo, guarda se ci pensi, forse ci metti pure se puoi usare l'asciugatrice, ma no, a piaccia, quando ti costa
questo, no? Sì, aspetta, ci arriva? Io le mie gambe elasticità.
No. No, io lo faccio una volta a settimana, poi quella
Scusa, ma se lo tiri fuori di là, ti fai un giro meno confuso.
lo faccio così.
Anche perché io
Cosa? Poi ti lamenti se uno parla
Occhio, non ripetere.
se uno parla di...
Non ripetere quella frase. Lui ha avuto quella frase.
Io la butto sul sesso con attitudini
Lui l'ha buttata subito.
con minore attitudini rispetto all'altro. Non ho detto né inferiore né dopo. Non ho detto né inferiore né dopo.
il sole è più forte che sì, sì, andava a 10, però
il nostro è uno sbaglio di formazione.
allora loro mi hanno detto se ci stai
Ma che dipende? Dal clima.
io ti ho preso
No, questo è quello. No, questo qua è dipende dal clima. C'è sempre la stessa cosa attaccata via.
poi non è che la farò
Ma dipende anche dalle persone.
Io naturalmente sotto consumo
Mi sa usare meno consumato il
io sicuro consumo l'altro. Non sapevo pensare. Meno male che ti sto pensando bene, perché non puoi leggere.
Sì, sì.
No, ma io sono la prima che ci posso incettare. Ma dai, mettila.
Sì, sì.
No, che si inciampa e tiri giù.
Sai che devi fare?
Aspetta,
Cerca di un filo qualsiasi didattico, spina quando stai in queste luci. C'hai una lunghezza pazzesca.
però qua non deve inciampare
Ma
nessuno.
non si vede.
Comunque non stavo
andiamo avanti a la batteria sono quelle che c'è sopra, c'è il lampetto dentro al verde, c'è il lampetto dentro la batteria verde.
Ci ho messo un attimo perché
sono molto loro.
no, per vedere per lampetto, poi la pallina,
Facile da vedere.
la pallina dentro
A volte lo metti, a volte no.
Sì, vabbè, ma io ho messo una cosa che fanno
No, come te, ogni tanto fai come te fai
la pelle di
fai a finestra, no? Fai a finestra.
al pubblico.
Quello che l'ho detto. La 4.000 metri e scende in caduta libera. sulla strada.
Ah, perché non ho capito, infatti lo dico perché
già discorso.
Però raga, vi dico che no, rispetto al Valentino
domani sei un po'. No, non provo, però già l'hanno detto, che rimane solo adesso, solo adesso. Non si fanno neanche il video da scuola.
se c'è un partito bilaterale riesci a parlare. No, proprio non puoi parlare. Mia madre non parlava con la politica bilaterale. Gli devi dare, mia madre gli devi dare l'ossigeno, la maniera non parlava. Purtroppo sono così. Perché se ne sono così non si partiva, ma è morta di una bilaterale, per una complicazione al cuore. È morta così. E io ho visto lei.
Che c'hanno quei ragazzi dietro?
Sai perché? Perché la partita è fulminante. Allora, perché lei è venuta, gli ha portato il mio capitale, la cosa è questa, gli ha preso il cuore perché la sua ispezione era al polmone del cuore e da che aveva una bronchite è diventata, ma nel giro di 48 ore, polmonite gli ha preso il cuore. Lei, l'abbiamo io perché guarda, se noi stavamo dormendo, mia madre non era io perché ero sveglia, perché ho sentito
Con delle ottime motivazioni sono
e io poi dico non penso che senza di cosa? No, sarebbe morta comunque, ma sarebbe morta prima. Allora, per lei sarebbe stato meglio perché moriva la classe di questa
no, che poi magari perché poi deve
no, però scusa, aspetta, perché la notte che l'abbiamo portata
no, dico il fatto che è rimasto tanto tempo quello non c'è, mai andato
perché l'anziani però io che non, se non avessi vabbè, se lei fosse morta quella notte io non avrei subito che l'ospedale non si salvava se io mio padre non ci fosse un fatto di la male lei che questa notte neanche io quindi questa cosa poi col senno di poi posso dire che non era meglio che moriva quella notte senza commentare però questo lo posso dire con il senno di poi e lei quando io l'ho portata in ospedale lei non riusciva a parlare e perché a mia madre mi ha 78 anni che se no non mi ha
sì, malandato
Caffè,
accompagnavo io
sì, ma io lascio tutto qua mi piace qua
la nostra azienda un posto.
Abbiamo il generatore a benzina, ci puoi guardare. In case ogni tanto bisogna Opet. Ne mogu bez tebe.
I can get a extension at the end. It's just years. Tiles, relax. I think I'll just do it next time. date giochi.
lettera Z.
Poi una 90, ci pensi questa è mia, senza che mi fai orso
Qui. Ah, scusa, sarà un'altra 280, no, la 090. Questo è il tuo. Ah, già arrivato.
Penso che in 2 o 3 giorni ci sono questi. Polacco, italiano.
Yes, yes. No, it's not, I'm sorry.
Dai. Pompa.
Yes.
So it's you go there, and then there is a bar on the left, then you go straight, there is like a hole and A, and you go on the A hole, and then left, and then left.
Yeah, but it's very slow to charge. Very long cost. Very long cost.
And that's
I can believe it. Yeah. No. But it's fun. No, if there was a close person,
the question is, like, there's a door,
don't trust it.
and we don't trust.
Same.
Last time
Okay.
and they said yes, and they were that's what's up. Yeah, now it's at 50%. So all of us saying maybe it's better to charge it even now. So you don't have to wait 1 hour and a half but only half an hour.
The other one is fully charged. So check it out. You are kind of testing the other one.
I go into my teams.
Comunque c'è dei quello che viene fuori something that is the other line. Nella tua?
It's already on cheese. Quelle cose che
Ragazzi, ma non can take it.
Sulla ruzzata.
Sul tavolo? Sì.
I need always 2 minutes.
I texted the rest. Reference. Adesso sei più perché someone will do something with Stavi kada je ako nam treba nešto pa daj. Ja se vraćam kako pa idem do grada. Ovdje da imamo dva lajde ovdje, da te zove majka da se
Znači sad ove moje stvari sa kamerom kad se budem... Ne, pa čuvaj moj traje, šta će ti? Ovo je moj paket. Ovo je tvoj sam malo, ne? Staviš kameru na isto da držiš samo kao bistu kao noćak držiš. Je kamera, kompjuter,
treba na pomoć. Ne, trebamo možemo staviti treba uzeti.
No, sì, penso.
Hello, this is Oleg. I'm from around the hospital. We're gonna change shifts here with Florin, so I will quickly unplug and plug the other camera, so it will take less than 30 seconds. I can do it now, yeah? Okay, thanks. Good, yeah, done. Well,
Dove sta čekaj, to onaj veliki ili stari? Okej. 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 Stavo da upišem. Domani sai a che ora? No, no, faccio tutto il giorno, ma non so se... penso che ero qui sempre l'orario. Tu Oleg? No. Ieri era un... Gianfranco. Gianfranco. GFS.
You know where is the 402 room? Huh?
No, ma Francesca told me that 402. But we'll say that if you have to stay there, it's the same of the bar.
Yes, a bar or in the car.
Number 402.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you see here, it's like 100 or 80. You can already start putting it in the car, or well, we can in the car too. It's a bit slower.
You have the adapter for the car.
I think so inside. I don't know. I never done it, but no. Yesterday, how did you charge the? Yesterday you were charging something in the car. No? Okay.
Because I need to see the adapter. So it's better to see the car.
Okay.
Ciao Oleg. Buona serata. Imamo istaşını gelmesi.
Ne?
The converter.
Probably, maybe it's in the car. I don't know.
I haven't seen it.
Faccio se dogovoriti isto za ujutro, možda možeš u moju sobu da ostaviš nešto ili na recepciji. 335. Možeš da spavaš. Da, onda reci na recepciji da ću ja to uzeti, ti postaviš na recepciji, onda reci da ću ja uzeti. Koja soba? Ključa da a? Znači 335, ako ti kažu ne možemo da damo ključ, onda ostavi na recepciji pa ću ja ga staviti. Baš? 335.
Hadi. No worries.
Morning. How are you? Morning, Philip.
Yeah, I just came. I just ordered my shirt.
Oh my God.
How was your morning so far? You saw early.
Everything's so quiet. Nothing here.
Did the Pope wake up?
Pope's still there. Woke up.
Is he still alive?
Went to the loo to have a pee.
Pomodori secchi e melanzane. Buono. Un po' di lampo. Ma sempre una compagnia.
Ma è successo qualcosa giù?
Buona atmosfera,
Poi non c'è fila, c'è un
caffè barista.
Papà, è successo qualcosa giù?
Sì, l'appoggio qui.
No, no,
Il libro dell'appoggio qui, eh?
io pensavo lavoro. No? Ieri siamo stati noi
Sì, era sera, poi passiamo questo.
abbiamo fatto
Caso arrivano musei.
eravamo io.
Che stanno a via, Isabel?
Eravamo noi.
Stanno a via?
No, per 2 minuti.
Allora devi toccare?
Ma ti serve ancora? No. Devo mandare queste cose e vado via. quindi-
Allora chiaro, tanto sto qua, quando stanno via loro così finisco di caricare il pezzetto, grazie. Certo.
Meno male che non si no, andare anche più. Un po'.
Fa troppa roba, non mi da voi, mi sono preso una barchetta e c'è all'ufficio, non mi sapete mai a te la parte, beh, se come stamattina penso comunque le scrivo, come gli scriviamo, mi dice bene. Vabbè. Dai. Al party. Alla festa. Bello, vediamo più tardi che poi. Cosa? No, c'è un CEO del figlio. Ah, è il figlio. Ok. Vado a fare il pieno. Non il pieno. Ah. No, adesso diciamo che non chiedo. Vai a chiedere. Poi la base poi. Andiamo a testa. Andiamo a testa. No, poi tu offrito un caffè a lui. E lui per buttare 25 euro. Caffè. Ma te lo vuoi tu per una colazione. Va bene. La camera, qualsiasi cosa. però è andata, io so che noi adesso Poi questa mi pare tipo Saab, mi pare tipo Saab, stessi, però c'è i disegni. Vabbè, la performance, sì, però per molta per tutte però oggi non ricordo, guarda, il 2-0 che l'ha messa italiana, sì, mi ricordo. Oh, sei sentito dopo, un abbraccio, ciao.
First of all, we should have lost the shape. Şuraya boyun, şuraya boyun net, güzel bir şapmak şey görüşüyor. Bu arada uçtuğunu görün, taşın yukarı, şey boyun parafuzu patsiyetle. Doğa çeyli, ne bileyim, apatın bu abdomen çeyli, normal bir şey kurmuşlar. Bunu taşıyorsunuz. Siz de işlemi yapın. Tabii şunu çevirmiyor, sen kamerayı şey ekstrem çef. Met çarşaf en zo'n niveau. Dat je kan samen met die mensen. Dat компания действительно очень что чувствуешь, что на помощь нормально Создаешь а меня повторенный фон и тогда между ними говорит. Точно. Да, понял. Ты людей там шаман. Çap müzik çap şu şabatın çap bunu. Anam. Ana kom kapalı. Popo mamı kapalı. Kapalı ev para bunu meto kuru post pravda. Pravda çine çe uçkrude kuje zašćete određenje očičkrude kuje zašćete strela. Jem to kruši ste na mu na uto. Pa niče ne znam. Šlinka vužačka. Ah, buono.
No, ma ho caricato, guarda, sta accento.
Sì, è Porsche le cose, andiamo a prendere tutti i
Va bene, va bene.
Io mi devo ci questo promo, Problem with the dashboard? Okay. Non vedo ciò che come dei macchine che vengono inseriti ma tipo grande scesi. Non faccio sconsi io faccio tashi tashi Znači, kontrolom, kje trena, odnosno si ne pas, kje bi ja tada kažu, što je bilo. Oppure il fascia dentro sono secondi che già sempre qui so che ci sono un po' di loro sono sempre dentro sto Giottino o Shania ka vola cosa possa che pensa a Vola questa cosa, quindi sconto maggio che brani al sistema del macchio che sarebbe. Come posto.
Sì, devi provare a fare un po' mazzicare.
Se c'è altro, dentro un po' scomunicano. Le borse a parte le mettere, ne fece un giro, dentro scomalome. Allora so chi va, scomalome, che proprio aveva il caso. Ai, vai nimic, la merda nu vede. Go, baš.
Anche se questa non è dovesse nuova mia, se c'è qualche problema tanto di sapere. Qui ci metto un sacco di gente. Sono preso dall'aria stamattina. Stasera il bollettino non se lo sente. Là poi Red carpet tonight?
Hey?
Will you shoot red carpet tonight?
Why? Nothing just cut the road.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
How old are the guys?
Cristiano Gabriele Campo. Sante Gabriele.
Che sogni.
Cristiano is the last
Guarda, fermi.
day doctor, Monday come back to Cristiano.
Where are you? You're not in the camp.
It's a little dark.
I haven't seen him Antonio around the corner many years. You know, when you see him, you're like, whoa.
Ah, mandato fuori, grazie. Belle, bella,
The photo.
bella.
You like it?
Cazzo, yeah,
Nice lights.
yeah.
Quite poetic.
Avevo già mandato questa qua. Ciro. Figo. Poi io vado pure Antonio perché I don't send it to Antonio. Now I send. Sì, carino.
Good memory. nice. Poi adesso è un po' tu, perciò ancora qua poco. Ancora con Antonio, e Dani hai Roberto i terzi. Hai fatto telefono in 2 ore, invece capi, kan su, ricordo. Às vezes acredito que estás mais um, diria. Então, vamos. Hard. Tchau.
Sembra proprio freschino, Ah, yeah. Va gratis. Ah, great. Yeah. Facciamo un senso.
bello, grande, questo è. L'avevo visto prima, però stavi troppo vicino a Voitiva, non mi so avvicinare.
No, devo andare al bar a ricaricare.
Non ci va, non fa niente. Perché il computer non si chiedi a Veronica, però che cara cazzo a lei che sta con me se no chiedi a loro da FSC magari
Tu ce l'hai una da sinistra? Per ricaricare al bar non so se c'hanno l'attacco giusto. Avanza.
guarda, si ricaricare.
Sì, ma forse ce l'hanno, però magari il bar frega si pensa così, non ce l'hanno.
No, perché questo sta qua, no?
Non ti preoccupare, fa niente.
Guarda la partita. Guarda che posso fare, perché la ciabatta. Voglio solo vedere se entra la batteria, sì.
Ma ricarico col tuo? Sicuro?
Sì, perché io ci ho attaccato solo che uno se mi via lì, se me leva la batteria lì e tira via.
Guarda,
Questo devo copiare. Vai, tranquillo, perché live l'ho mandato autonomo per non consumare troppo.
non lo carico manco pieno, lo carico un po' il giorno.
Vai, tranquillo.
Anzi, vedo che
Vedo che siete tutti impegnati a vedere il calcio.
Chi è che è impegnato a vedere il calcio? Sono io la Lazio qua. Bella.
Sta qui,
Cavolo.
Ma è da ieri però.
Ah, no.
Poi sì.
Grazie.
Sì, sono quelli che hanno portato Triscia ieri che sono rimasti qua.
Domani guarda. Domani fa proprio fatto. sta.
Quando diramo?
Per che esempio?
Io
Ah, sei sul calcio, non ti guardo.
No, no.
Ma che stadio è?
Venezia. Madonna che si è mangiato, ragazzi.
Io non sapevo di evitare lo sguardo perché quando tocca il mio marito mi ha visto. Vero, definito il pazzo di andare a fare un video Austria. Adesso è tutto stanno al fine anche con il banco. Adesso li hanno annunciati di aver pubblicati il 13 di febbraio. Ricordano qualcuno che sto magari privato ripristinare quando c'è il confronto del genere. Niente, qua resta tutto. Lavoro 2 ore, 2 o 3 ore, così magari mi porto una cazzata da magari mi porto a mare, odoroso ci avrebbe più
That was the dinner bell for these human smuggling organizations,
right.
because not only is there a guarantee of a supply that that they can provide for this demand, but it was the green light. It was a green light for that. And then of course, as the cartels got that influx of cash, the Mexicans became victimized even more from their activities. So by emboldening these very dangerous criminal organizations, not only is it a threat to us here in the United States, but it's also a threat to the everyday Mexicans. And so, having a strong border and actually taking on these organizations is actually the best thing that we can do, not only for the United States, but also for our neighbors in Mexico. And I went to Oaxaca after the election to interview migrants to see what they were planning on doing now that Trump was going to be in office. And we were interviewing these group of Venezuelans, and as we were interviewing them, a small motorbike came up from behind. And if anyone has seen any videos from violence in Latin America, if a motorbike is coming, that's not usually a good sign. And this guy jumps off. He tells me to stop recording. He starts interrogating me and my team. And we're trying to figure, what's going on? We have permission. We asked, that they're fine with talking with us. And I was very concerned because I didn't know who this guy was. I didn't know if he was affiliated with any local gang or the cartel. It turned out that he was actually concerned about us outsiders coming into this camp because he said, the reason why I'm doing this is and trying to force you guys out is because there's always people coming into the camps and taking away the women and children. And so this is, as Sarah was saying, this is real. It was the worst it's ever been with the destructive policies and the deliberate policies from the Biden-Harris administration. It is absolutely disgusting that this was not only allowed to happen, but it was made to happen.
At the tune of over 500,000 children coming into our country unaccompanied. Just think of that number.
Over what period of time?
That was during the Biden administration. So you had over 500,000 children.
We don't know where they are, right?
Over 300,000 were placed into homes we have no way of tracking, so we have no idea where they're at. Some of these places where they placed them, and I give Tara Rodas so much credit for this because she's a hero whistleblower from HHS, right? Tara, for those of you who don't know, look her up. But some of these children were placed in strip clubs. Like HHS literally turned over people who wrote down strip club addresses for these children and they can't find them. So now that we have Tom Homan in office, this is, as the borders are with President Trump, this is a top priority for them to locate these children, to ensure that if people are abusing them or if they're in the hands of abusers, that those people are prosecuted by the Department of Justice with Pam Bondi.
So, Chris, can I say something on this real fast? I want you to jump in, but there's a political side to this too, which is the Democrats cynically believed that they own the black vote, that they own the Hispanic vote, that they own the immigrant vote, that they own the gay vote. They own these voting blocks. And so I believe they opened up the border not because they have compassion for kids. If they're giving them to owners of strip clubs and stuff, that shows that was crap. But the fact is, this was a cynical ploy to let millions of people, 15 million at a minimum, into this country to change it demographically. I think the irony is a lot of those people, when they realize who we are and what America's all about, more and more of them are going to vote our way. But what's your take? Am I wrong about the politics?
No, you're right. And here's the other thing that I think this is important for conservatives to understand. When I got into this 8 years ago, we didn't have a lot of criminal jurisdiction, but now we have human trafficking and gangs and organized retail theft. And I was told by somebody on the other side, be careful dealing with some of these issues because, Matt, like you said, you're going to get criticized for who the criminals are. And I said, well, I don't care what the criminal looks like. I care about the act that they engage in. But if we're going to look at something, let's look at who the victims are. Who is most often terrorized, vulnerable to human trafficking? Lower income, racially diverse immigrant populations. Who's most susceptible to violent crime and gangs? Lower income, racially diverse immigrant population. And when the woke DA won't prosecute property crimes and the CVS and the Walgreens and the Walmart has to close, which communities are most often impacted? Lower income, racially diverse, and immigrant. It's us conservatives that believe in the dignity, value, and worth of every human being. And we're the ones that believe no matter what your race or gender or where you're from, you deserve to be safe in this country. And we now have a president that agrees with that. And we in the state of Georgia believe in it. And it is paying dividends electorally as well.
And as much as I love a good political fight, I love a good political fight more than anything else, I'd give all that up to be able to shake hands with the head of the Democratic Party and say, let's work on this together.
Absolutely.
It would save the lives of millions of children if they will just engage us on the idea that if you don't secure your border, you're victimizing children.
Well, it's a human issue. It's not conservative, liberal, Republican, or Democrat. It is a human issue.
Well, and that's why, I can't emphasize this point enough. I always make sure to, whenever I'm talking about this issue, no one had heard of Tren de Aragua before 2021.
Yep.
They started in Venezuela when all the Venezuelans were starting to leave back in the 2010s. It then became a Latin American issue, and then when Biden opened the border, and then we had all these Venezuelans coming, Tren de Aragua followed, and now we have cells all across the United States. And okay, it's great that we're really trying to make efforts to crack down on them, but it had to take cases like Lincoln Riley in order for people to actually take this seriously, and so many other victims as well. And that's why I have to laugh, because as we all seen, there's been anti-ICE protests by people who look like me, and they're say we have to stop deportations, you have to screw ICE and all this stuff. They're taking away hardened gang members right now. That's who they're prioritizing.
Come on, Julio. I know you're as cynical as I am. How are these? First of all, I wouldn't take on Tom Homan if you gave me like $1 million. He scares the hell out of me. He's going to be here, and I'm going to be very deferential. But second of all, these are paid agitators. Sometimes they have a pink you-know-what hat on their head. Sometimes it says BLM on their shirt.
Right.
Other times it's like anti-ICE. This is a coordinated, well-funded campaign to destabilize our political gains, right? And momentum.
And Antifa. And Antifa as well.
Oh, no, Antifa. Chris, I don't know if you understand this. Excuse me. I always forget. I know we're friends, General. Excuse me. Antifa is what did the guy say, the FBI director? It's a made-up.
Yeah.
It's an idea.
It's an idea. It's not
an idea.
An actual group.
It's an idea until they punch you in the face, and then it's not such a good idea.
And I would say that,
exactly
after
right.
2020, because of the unbalanced judicial system that we previously had, even though the rioters stopped, the systems that were in place in 2020 to maximize that chaos, it never went away. And so that's why I kind of have faith now that we have Cash Patel at the FBI.
Kinda.
I do.
That those networks will finally be dismantled. And that's not to say there can't be any other types of chaos, but the systems that never went away.
Can I just say,
Well, and this is
you have children, I have children.
right.
Marty's probably done this. Here I'm living in the swamp, not very popular in the swamp, not very popular in my neighborhood, not very popular with a local paper. You know that.
And not afraid to put the
It's okay.
put the Trump signs
But
up in
I had
the
to
front
sit my
yard.
girls down. I hated this. This was one of the grossest moments. Sat them down and said, the FBI comes to the door. Don't let them in. Don't talk to them. Don't trust them. I felt like dirty in saying that because I'm a pro-cop guy, but that's the reality. Kash Patel coming in, Tom Homan coming in, Trump coming in, people like Chris Carr in office, we got to stop the weaponization.
Well, that's
Gotta
it.
stop it.
That's it. And I know we're running short on time, and I just want to say this really quick, too.
She's a TV person, so she's very good at the prompter. It's over, it's over.
Yeah, it's over, it's over. It's like, okay, sorry. But this is what Matt's saying is absolutely essential. What we were up against the last 4 years was a weaponization of our bureaucracy in such a way that it was destroying the foundation of our nation. It was breaking and tearing our nation apart. The reason we have people like Kash Patel and others, thank God, in these bureaucracies is to root out that corruption and to expose it. And the only way we're going to be able to protect ourselves and our families is by doing what's right. Common sense tells us, don't leave the border wide open. Don't do it. We protect our homes. We shut our front doors at night. Why do we leave our border wide open? This is going to take a lot of work. It's going to take the FBI. It's going to take the DOJ. It's going to take UAG, working day in and day out in order to save our country. Because as much as we're talking about the victimization of these children, our adversaries are out there. China, Iran and others, and they're seeing that border, and they saw that border as the last 4 years as an open sieve to destroy our country. And many times it comes across as a proxy war, like they did with fentanyl coming from China. And so we have to be very aware, and I'm just so grateful to be living in this time, in this amazing time where I know our country.
Did this room
is
do
on
a
the
good
right
job
track.
or what?
Wow, this
Thank
is
you guys.
amazing.
You
Thank
saved America. I think you saved civilization.
I do too.
I know that sounds like a broad term, and I just want to say in conclusion, thanks for being here, of course, and keep up the good work, Chris. And we got two real journalists here. These are real journalists.
Thank you.
The new version of journalists. But I just want to say one thing in conclusion. When you see the videos throughout the next couple of years, when you read the false charges about how either Kash or Tom Homan or Kristi Noem or Donald Trump or fill in the gap are destroying the lives of these mostly Hispanic people who are here illegally as deportations occur, all the lies and slurs that will come out, videos that will be true, probably deep fakes.
Right.
Instead of the ones when they said, well, Biden doesn't really have Alzheimer's, he's actually sharp as a tack. Yeah, whatever. When you read all that, understand behind that, what they're doing actually in securing the border is saving the lives of millions of kids who would have committed, killed themselves with fentanyl, who would be victimized because they don't matter in our system. So don't let them lie to you. Know what's behind the headlines. Every country that believes in freedom starts with a border. And Chris and I are Catholic, even at the Vatican, by the way. You can't get in the Vatican without an appointment.
That's right.
And a country shouldn't be any different than that. So thank you all for being here today, and keep up the fight.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, blessed are the prosecuted, fixing justice. Please welcome Attorney General of Pennsylvania, Dave Sunday, Mayor of Knox County, Tennessee, Glenn Jacobs, CPAC's Nolan Center for Justice Senior Fellow, Savannah Chrisley, and your moderator, Director of CPAC's Prosecutors and Law Enforcement Advisory Council, Frank Russo.
You nailed it, thank you.
What's that? I said you nailed it. I was almost following you and you got there.
I'll ignore the Go Vols being a Georgia Bulldog myself, but thank you all for joining us today. We are honored to be here with such an important panel focused on one of the most important issues. You just heard from our chairman, Matt Schlapp, that the weaponization of government is tearing our country apart. And thankfully, in November, the voters brought an end to that damage.
Amen.
But unfortunately, there are still victims of that weaponization. And thankfully, there are prosecutors and elected leaders who are working to fix it. So I want to start with someone who's had to live through this weaponization. Savannah, you are well known to this audience, not just for a slightly popular show that some of us have seen on Bravo. My wife's a little jealous.
Well, thank you.
But also for some of the challenges your family faced when prosecutors who put politics over public safety harmed your family. Can you tell us your story?
2 years ago, both my parents went to prison for a combined 19 years. My dad got 12 and my mom got 7. This was in Fulton County, Georgia, and where prosecutors labeled us the Trumps of the South. And I spoke at the Republican National Convention, and as I like to say, I would take that as a compliment. I will be the Trumps of the South. I'll take it. But it's sad. I mean, because of that, I got custody of my 10-year-old sister and 16-year-old brother at the time. And that's when I learned to fight. That's when I learned to fight and to uncover the injustices that happen with us. There were huge Fourth Amendment violations, and the government even went to accuse us of money laundering and terrorism just so that they could access certain financial documents. And when you have things like that happen, it taints the entire case. And I tell people all the time, if you want to convict them, convict them. I'm fine with that. But do it based off of the truth. And the government shouldn't be allowed to break every single law in order to get a conviction. And our judge, too. That's a whole other story. First off, I do not believe prosecutors should have full immunity. That, we have to get rid of that. People have to be held accountable. And our judge, she is the youngest African-American female appointed by Obama. And you look at her Wikipedia page, and her notable cases are ruling against Trump for mail-in ballots. She also refused to allow the victims of Hurricane Helene to register to vote late. And then my family's case. So I think you have something in common there.
So you mean to tell me that the weaponization of justice actually has a face? And it's your family.
It does.
It's families who care about the communities they live in.
And I think what's sad is we had the money to fight this.
Yes.
And we spent millions of dollars. I want to say it was about $6 million on trial lawyers. And they still ended up in prison for a combined 19 years. And most people don't have those resources. That's why the DOJ has a 98, 99% conviction rate, because they scare people, and people have to plead out no matter if they're guilty or not. And 1 in 20 criminal cases result in a wrongful conviction. I would argue it's more than that, and that is why I had lunch at the White House on Thursday, and that's why I am a daughter fighting for justice for my parents and to get them home.
Yep. So now that we know what the problem is, we have 2 gentlemen who are going to have to fix it. No pressure.
Yeah, none.
Mayor Jacobs, can you talk a little bit about accountability and redemption? Because we still want to hold the actual criminals accountable. And then we want to ensure those who come home have the resources to stop that cycle of crime. I know you've been doing that work in Tennessee.
Yeah, right. As conservatives, we believe in public safety. We also believe in fiscal responsibility. On the left, what they've done with the criminal justice system has undermined both. They've used the criminal justice system for weaponization against political opponents while allowing violent criminals to literally go free, and it's been done at a huge cost, not only to public safety, but also fiscally. First of all, law enforcement's an extremely difficult job. We lost an officer that was killed in line of action a couple years ago. He was a young man named Tucker Blakely. So my hat's off to everyone in law enforcement as well as in the criminal justice system at large. As you say, when you think about the criminal justice system, obviously some folks have to go to jail. They've committed crimes that necessitate that they have to be removed from society. We also have to realize that 97% of these people will come back out of jail at some point, and what happens then? So in Tennessee, we're very invested in reentry programs that lessen the rate of recidivism. That's the 3-year rate at which people go back to jail. Across the country, it's 70%. In Tennessee, it's still at 50%. One of the organizations that we work with is Men of Valor. It's a Christ-centered prison ministry that walks with men through their incarceration as well as post-incarceration. The people that complete this 1-year program, it is a great program. The people that complete this 1-year program, their recidivism rate drops to less than 15%. So it makes a significant difference. And the great thing is, this is a private organization. So there's very little government funding that goes to it. But I think that when we're thinking about criminal justice, we have to look at those two. It's public safety, but it's also fiscal responsibility. And we can do both.
I agree completely. And I think the faith element is so vital to this process. These are people we are restoring to our communities to make sure that we stay safe.
Well, now we have a president that is bringing Jesus back to the center. And I think when you have that at the center, everything else falls into place.
100%. And the question I think a lot of people ask is, can you win on this message? We saw last fall, and I think one of the great successes of that cycle was the only attorney general's race that flipped Republican. The only general that flipped it all was Dave Sunday in Pennsylvania, who ensured that we pushed out progressive prosecutors and brought in a conservative leader. Dave, can you talk about how this message resonated with voters and got rid of that progressive prosecutor movement that has made so many people, so many of us here, you're in Washington, D.C. or close to it, unsafe?
I'll say that the best policies, I think, all come from your own personal life experience. And, I was a little bit of a knucklehead when I was a kid, and so I joined the Navy right out of high school. I came home and I worked at UPS for 8 years, all through college and all through law school. And when I worked at UPS, I will tell you, I worked with people that worked so unbelievably hard, that fought every day to put food on their table and take care of their families. I then went on after law school and became a prosecutor. Prosecuted, everything from gang murders to domestic violence killings, drug traffickers. And what I realized all those years of prosecuting and putting people in jail, that the reality was if our community is not safe, nothing else matters. And the only way we could get to that place was by not only holding people accountable, but by embracing redemption for those that have already served their time. When people come out of prison, what I want to see is them work. I want to see people have career jobs. I want to see people take care of their families and pay their taxes and pay restitution. And more importantly, recognize that they have the power within themselves to change their lives. They don't need government to do it. They can do it themselves. And when you apply that to the criminal justice system and work with the business community, the manufacturers associations, when you work with the faith-based community, with substance use counselors, mental health counselors, you get everybody together, then what happens is magic, and crime rates go down. And our crime rate went down almost around 45%. Our homicide rate dropped by over 80% during that time period. And this is critical because success breeds success. And then other people that weren't quite sure started coming to the table. And we realized our prisons are full of people that have severe mental health illnesses. And so we tried to find a way to help get them to get mental health treatment. It took the pressure off police departments because the police need to be out there doing their job and getting the bad guys, not sitting, at a hospital staring at someone who's going through treatment. So my point very simply is I wasn't sure how the community would respond to that. That's my life story and how I've handled myself. And they responded in a very resounding and positive way. And that speaks volumes, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think when you speak about mental health within the prison system, There was a hearing, and the former director, Colette Peters, which I say former, thank God, she was probably the worst thing to happen to the Bureau of Prisons, and I'm saying that as a woman. When she was sworn in, she gave me hope. I was like, finally, there's a woman in power. And she let us all down. She testified, and over half the deaths in the system were due to suicide. Over half of the deaths in the system. So it shows that there is a mental health crisis, and we have to take care of that first. And I like to tout myself as kind of the James O'Keefe of the prison system, because it has been my mission the past 2 years to absolutely deconstruct them. And the things that I have uncovered are extremely damning. I mean, the corruption that goes on within these facilities, these officials should be the ones in prison. And until we hold them accountable, we're going to continue that same rat race over and over and over again.
We continue to allow the political decision makers in our criminal justice system to harm those who work in it and who are forced into it or who have to live through it because of the mistakes that they've made. I don't think there's a single cop in this room that's protecting us that wants to harass parishioners at their churches or that wants to go into communities and harass parents at school boards, and yet that's what we had for 4 years. Mm-hmm. What does that do to a police force? What does that do? Mayor Jacobs, you have to oversee a lot of these law enforcement officers. It decimates their mental
demoralizing.
Health. It's demoralizing.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And back to the mental health aspect, we've done a great disservice to law enforcement.
Yes.
With essentially making them the mental health experts and the caretakers of folks who have severe mental illness. In Knox County, we estimate that about 35% of our daily census at our jail suffers from mental illness. And the reason is there's no place else for these folks. So you have law enforcement people who are trained to be cops, or in this case, corrections officers, and they're forced to be mental health professionals, which they're not. I was really happy. We just started a mental health court in Knox County. There's only about 300 around the country. It's a new concept in Tennessee. But basically, folks that qualify, that have mental illness, stand in front of a judge, but instead of going to jail, the judge oversees their sentence, and they have to go to counseling. They have to be on their meds and all those sort of things. But yes, that frees up police resources because then they're no longer acting as mental health professionals. They can do the job that they're trained to do, and it makes things safer for everybody.
Right.
And also, you're exactly right. President Trump's First Step Act is overwhelmingly popular with Republican primary voters. So it is a winning issue.
With the First Step Act, my biggest issue, I am a huge advocate for the First Step Act, but what the last administration failed to do was implement the First Step Act. And because they failed to implement it, you have the Bureau of Prisons that's asking for more money. Well, instead of asking for more money, why don't you actually implement the First Step Act, the Second Chance Act, and it could reduce. They are wasting upwards of $1 billion.
I have an answer for you. Because they're not concerned with public safety or fiscal responsibility. They just want to make sure that bureaucrats get more money, more power. That's why.
Exactly. And I think, too, taking the Bureau, I have heard, and let's hope this is right, but taking the Bureau of Prisons away from the DOJ and giving it to DHS is going to be the most brilliant move, in my opinion, because I do not believe the DOJ should be able to charge you, sentence you, and house you too.
We spent 4 years with the Biden administration acting as judge, jury, and executioner. Yep. And in that pace, I think what we don't talk enough about is what did that actually do to law enforcement. In my hometown of Roswell, Georgia, we lost an officer 2 weeks ago, the first one in 40 years. We've talked a lot about the problem, and there are real consequences. The good news is there is a solution, and that solution was delivered by all of you in November, and I'm excited, Dave, for you to talk a little about how we're going to keep communities safe now that you have a federal government that supports law enforcement, supports the rule of law, and thanks to Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, and others, is going to actually start solving these problems. You deserve to be safe. Dave, I know you're part of that solution because the voters sent you up in Pennsylvania to solve this.
They did. I mean, I ran on if our communities aren't safe, nothing else matters, and it's something that I believe in my heart. I mean, when you look at the challenges facing us right now, if you think about, millions of times a day someone online is trying to get to our children. Every single day, all day long. We have an aging population in America, and every single day, millions of times a day, people are trying to steal our seniors, the money that they saved up throughout the course of their life. And I don't care if it's $1 or $1 billion, they earned it. It's their money. They can do with it what they want until the day they die. And I find it, and so when you add on the technology right now with AI, it's become so complex. Drug trafficking has become complex. And so what I look forward to doing is collaborating with all of our partners, from local law enforcement to state law enforcement to federal law enforcement, and really bring everyone together with a common goal, which is to make our community safer. That's to get fentanyl off of our streets. I mean, that's to go after the organized crime, these gangs that are shooting up our cities, and hold them accountable and put them in prison. The data shows that when you get the right people in prison, okay, crime goes down astronomically. And so you have to use precision policing, targeted prosecutions, and you have to do it in a manner that's fair and that's safe and that's constitutional. And at the end of the day, that's how we'll make our community safer. So,
Mayor, you have now the keys to solving a lot of these problems within your own city. You've actually seen the successes and talked about it. What should people here know and take back to their communities? What should this audience be telling their local officials when they go to town halls? And yes, that's me asking you to take a challenge. You should go to a town hall. It's cold in Alexandria, Virginia. I still go. I hope y'all do too. Can you tell them what message they should be bringing to their elected officials?
Well, it ain't rocket science, okay? This is not. You get the violent criminals off the streets. Make sure that the people that are going to reenter society have a pathway to do so successfully. And that's pretty much it. That solves so many of these issues. And the justice system should never be used for political purposes. Justice is supposed to be blind. And for the past 4 years, it's had a target on certain individuals because of politics. And that's absolutely, in fact, of all the things all the horrible things that happened under the Biden administration, and there's a lot of them, all right? I think that was the worst thing, because a politicized, weaponized justice system, that is literally the definition of a banana republic, and we were this close to slipping into that.
Yep.
Savannah, I'll ask a similar question. What can people know about your story? How can they make a difference and impact, and how can we get your family out of this nightmare and back to the rule of law in our society?
Yeah, for me, I believed bad people go to prison. That's just what I think as a kid is ingrained in you. And that is so far from the truth. These men and women are going to enter back into society. And I believe that God put us on this earth to love people and love people well. And let's not forget about those men and women that are incarcerated, who maybe need an additional hand, who need a little help, who need people to believe in them, because right now we have a very hopeless system, and there's nothing more dangerous than a hopeless person. And right now, with all the issues that we're working on and restoring hope within these individuals, I think Alice Marie Johnson is a prime example of what happens when someone believes in them. Alice was pardoned by President Trump the first go-round, and now he has brought her on as the pardon czar, and he went out on a limb. He believed in her, and he gave her a chance. So just don't ever think you're too good to give out a helping hand.
Makes a lot of sense. I think communities of all backgrounds came together to support President Trump. And the reason is, there's one thing that binds this room together. It's we care about public safety. And we care about the rule of law. And unfortunately, at whatever conference is happening back in the Biden administration, apparently that wasn't in the topic areas. So Dave, I'm going to leave it to you to answer. What do we do next? What do we expect to see next? And how do we restore? How do we do the hard work? You've touched on what you've already done in Pennsylvania.
Yep.
How do we do the hard work going forward of fixing this problem? Because unfortunately, as you've heard over the last 3 days, the Biden administration apparently left us with a lot of problems. I don't think any of us are surprised by that.
Shocker.
So I'll try to be as quick as I can. I'm looking at the time.
Yep.
So to start with, we have to have the courage to fight tough battles. And what I mean by that is a lot of the things we're talking about up here, severe behavioral health problems, the opioid epidemic, issues with regard to trauma on children. These aren't things that we can solve in a day. These are things that will take time and courage to be able to work through them. They're greater than the political cycle. And when we come together as a community and we work on this, and these are all conservative values, and we come together and we do this, our community will begin to get better. You have to have the courage to do it. The second thing is we have to support police. And what I want to, you said something earlier that was so fantastic. We expect our police to be domestic violence counselors, mental health counselors, substance abuse counselors. We expect police to have the answer to every single problem within a split second, oftentimes 10 to 15 times a day. And we have to get them the support so that they can do their core function of patrolling, keeping communities safe, and investigating very serious crimes, and putting the bad guys in jail. So support your police. And I said, don't always have the courage to take the tough battles, like winning Pennsylvania.
Like winning Pennsylvania,
Right?
that was an important one.
Yeah.
I think it's easy to conclude on this. Today, we are being protected by strong, brave men and women of the Secret Service, of law enforcement. Yeah. We owe it not just to ourselves, but to them to make America safe again. We know President Trump will do that. We know that our friends up here on the stage will do that. And CPAC remains committed to ensuring accountability and redemption are what are the tenets of law in this country. Thank you for joining us, and let's make America safe again this year.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
I want to go on the record and say I'm for moms, I'm for America, and I'm especially for Moms for America.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Well, the most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Mom-Led Revolution.
You came to Washington for one of two reasons. Some of you came here for position, for power and fame. You came for you. But a few came to change this town. We came to be sandpaper to a culture that despises truth. Are you one of the few willing to stand in the gap for our nation? If so, come join us as we make America's national motto our personal declaration.
Creators, it's time to take control. With Bursts, you create impactful content in seconds. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV isn't just a platform. It's a community of creators building a new future together. Your freedom starts when you press play.
Conservative movement has come a long way. Back in the 1990s, there were so few college women who were interested in conservative ideas that we all fit on a very small boardroom table. Look at all of you in this room now.
There's something special about conservative women. You all have a unique opportunity, I think in this generation in particular, to step into that full vision of womanhood.
All right, America is back on track 2025, but next year, CPAC 2026 is going to be even bigger. Go get your tickets now. Go to cpac.org and join the movement.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Dan Scavino.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Let's go. It's a great honor to be here. Mercedes and Matt, thank you very much. Congratulations on everything that you've accomplished with CPAC over the years. And again, it's a great honor. I'm truly humbled to be here. Thank you. I have two words for all of you. I said this before. I don't speak a lot publicly. I like being the behind-the-scenes guy doing my job. I'm not a public speaker. I don't often come out and speak. But when I do, I speak from the heart. I have a lot of passion. I had the option for teleprompters. I said, no, thank you. I just wanted to come and say a few words and say two words. We're back! USA! 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 Let's go. Again, thank you for the support of the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America. He will be here in a couple of hours. He's excited to be here. He's got a great history of coming here. Some of his all-time greatest speeches that have gone on for hours have been right here. He'll go out before the speech is expected to be 40 to 45 minutes. Comes out on stage, comes back 2 hours later. Doesn't go off. He goes off the teleprompter. It's let Trump be Trump. Speak clear and transparent to you, the American people. What you see is what you get. He's a great man. He's a great president. And there's so many stories I could tell. It's been a long journey. And speaking of journeys, President Trump oftentimes behind the scenes will say, "You are so lucky I took you on this journey." And Team Trump that is out there will know exactly what I'm saying, whether it's subpoenas, grand jury testimonies, indictments, out on the campaign trail, big victories, out on the golf course, state dinners, championship games, World Series, Super Bowl, on the plane, in the Oval Office, good times and bad times, no matter what the news cycle is out there, he would sit and say, "You are so lucky I took you on this journey." It's been the journey of a lifetime for me. I've been with President Trump for 32 years. I started caddying for him back when I was 15 years old. I caddied, I worked in the bag room. And this real estate mogul came up to Westchester County, New York, to buy a golf course. Pulls up in the limousine. I couldn't believe it. I went to high school. I was probably a sophomore. That Monday in school, you won't believe who I saw, who I met. The New York State real estate mogul and tycoon who redefined the New York City skyline, Donald J. Trump. And here we are 32 years later, and Mr. President, if you're watching, this has been one hell of a journey, the greatest journey of my lifetime. Thank you for having me. And by the way, thank you for joining us and supporting us, everybody out there, all great American patriots. We appreciate each and every one of you. We campaigned in a courthouse this past summer. We were all over the place.
literally the campaign run out of the courthouse. Not only the courthouse, but we would be running around the country, barnstorming every state rather, seeing all of you out there campaigning. So much fake news out there, all of the leaks, all the defamation, all the BS that went on out there. He went out there, the indictments, everything, the lawfare. He went out there, and as he raised his hand in Butler, Pennsylvania, during that assassination attempt, and raised that fist and said, fight, fight, fight. That's exactly what he does behind the scenes every day. He could be out at Mar-a-Lago every day, golfing in Palm Beach, Florida, California, New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia. But he'd rather choose to be out there and fight for putting America first and making America great again. His behind-the-scenes moments in the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, in the hospital, just to show you his mindset. The guy just got shot in the damn head. Somebody attempted to assassinate him. He's in the hospital, and I show him that iconic picture of him raising his fist. He goes, "Hey, Dan, how's it playing?" Sir, the entire world is wondering what's going on right now. How's everybody doing? How's the team doing? And myself and Susie Wiles and Stephen Chung and Walt Nauta were back with him. He cared about everybody else. He cared about his family. We're connecting him with Melania, Ivanka, Don Jr., Eric. He's speaking to them. How's it playing? I showed him that iconic photo. Doug Mills took it from the New York Times, great photographer. He stared at the picture, just stared at it. And he said, "How is Doug Mills doing? Is Doug okay? Call Doug and see if he's doing okay." That's his thought process with everything going on. He's just a fighter. He's truly, I call him like America's greatest host, because he's a great man, and everybody in the administration, the cabinet, and the people that spend those moments with him behind the scenes will understand, and they get what I'm saying. He just loves America. He loves people. He's just a happy-go-lucky guy, and the guy works his ass off from 5 in the morning till midnight. The guy barely sleeps, and trust me, I know from the phone calls and the messaging and things that we would put out on social media and platforms. But to be in the hospital with everything shot in the head, and he's worried about everybody else. A few hours later, we went wheels up. I believe we went back to New Jersey that evening. He was on the plane joking with all of us on the plane to make us feel, I mean, we were all, to this moment, to this day, and none of us will ever forget it. He cared about all of us on the plane, trying to make us all feel better and lift us up. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your 47th President of the United States of America. I have hundreds of stories I could share with you. Let's talk about in Pennsylvania, when he got excited to go work at McDonald's, because that's where Kamala claimed to have worked. For 2 weeks, we heard about going to work at McDonald's. He was excited to go do it. And sure enough, you all saw in those viral videos and on the news, he was at McDonald's having a good time with that French fryer and the people driving through. I'll never forget that moment when we pulled in with thousands of people lining the streets. That was the night he also went to the Pittsburgh Steelers game. But the guy couldn't wait to get to McDonald's, and he knew that it was a big moment for us. And it was pretty damn awesome, was it not? McDonald's. Joe Biden, you guys are all garbage. Trump supporters are garbage. Oh, really, Joe? Garbage. We're going to Wisconsin. And the team, Justin Caparelli, give him a lot of credit with regards to being on the plane. We're heading out to Wisconsin, and he comes up and he says, "Mr. President, we can have a garbage truck upon arrival on the tarmac." I mean, what a time, what a campaign. What a campaign. Oh, sir, and by the way, before we went wheels up, I have an orange vest for you to wear. If you want to wear it, you can wear it off the plane. Give me that vest. Let's put that vest on. He puts the vest on the plane. We're still flying. He's being brief. We're going to land. There's going to be a garbage truck upon our arrival. It's going to say Trump 2024 on it. And sure enough, an hour and a half, 2 hours later, we land the plane. We look out the window, and there's the garbage truck being escorted to the motorcade. And there's the president sitting with his orange vest on, just looking out the window like this. I mean, just total classic and priceless. He gets off the plane, he wears the vest into the garbage truck, right? Great moment. But then he wore it in the motorcade to the rally. Then we get to the rally, he meets Brett Favre, who endorsed him. Backstage, taking photos and clicks, laughs, good times, he's getting ready. We're feeling good because this election's coming up. Where's the garbage vest? Out onto the stage. I don't know if you heard the stories of why he wore it, but he thought he looked rather trim in it. And so he's sitting, looking in the mirror. I look rather thin in this. I look very trim. I look good. He wears the orange vest out. Hour and a half rally, comes off stage, walks back out. Time to get in the motorcade to go back to the plane, right? You take the vest off, right? He wears the orange vest into the motorcade. He said, I'm not taking this off till we get on the plane. He kept the vest on the entire time. That was a big moment for us when we were all garbage. It was like that deplorable moment. We're all sitting backstage saying, here's the moment. I could go on all day, but I don't have that much time left. We're very grateful for you. There's so many times that the president is just so grateful for the support he sees out there on social media. I mean, we won the election in an electoral landslide, swept all 7 swing states. And we not only have the 45th president and the 47th president of the United States, we got a great president who's going to put all of you first. He's going to fight, and he's going to continue, and his legacy will go down as one of the greatest presidents of all time. And together, everybody in this room, with your support, we're going to make America great again. God bless each and every one of you, and thank you for having me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome from Wyoming, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman.
I bring you greetings from the great state of Wyoming, home of an abundance of affordable and reliable energy, wildlife galore, wide open spaces, gorgeous rivers and streams, magnificent mountains, beautiful blue skies, and not one Liz Cheney anywhere to be found. In 2024, Wyoming provided President Trump with his largest margin of victory of any state in the nation, and we are so proud of the job that he is doing. We are ecstatic that he is exposing and eradicating the massive government waste, fraud, and abuse that we have known for decades has been happening, and yet no one before would do anything about it. We are overjoyed that he has tasked Elon Musk and his team with overseeing DOGE, using their skills to implement what may be the closest thing to zero-based budgeting that we will ever see in the federal government. We are thrilled that he recognizes that we are a government of, by, and for the people, and that its primary purpose is to protect the homeland and secure our God-given rights and freedoms. It is quite apparent that the Democrats long ago stopped caring about the concerns of working-class people, the truck drivers, farmers, airline employees, miners, custodians, and construction workers, among others. And they paid for such neglect by being shellacked in the last election. But far be it for them to undertake a legitimate self-assessment of their policies and ideas. They are instead engaging in kabuki theater while standing in front of government agencies, screaming their opposition to everything good and just generally making fools of themselves. The agencies that they have chosen for their performance art are telling, are they not? The Department of Education, a $270 billion woke monstrosity that has presided over the steady and unrelenting decline of public education. And USAID, a $50 billion anti-American purveyor of ideology so toxic that even the bureaucrats who worked there knew they had to hide their programs so that they could continue to fund such things as transgender comic books in Peru, so-called sex change operations in Guatemala, and anti-Israeli rappers. By now, everyone has heard about the crazy things USAID and other bloated and unnecessary bureaucracies have spent our money on, and we are rightly infuriated. But there is more to this story than bureaucrats and leftists attempting to out-crazy each other, and it is critical that we understand the full picture, in part to ensure accountability, but to also understand how these actions, this overwhelming misdirection of assets, this radical anti-humanist agenda has weakened us here at home and allowed our so-called political leaders to ignore their primary responsibility to our citizens. In short, this obsession with pushing the woke agenda has real-world consequences and has caused real-life suffering. The way that I often describe it is that a government that does things that it should not be doing becomes incapable of doing those things that it should. What we can describe as the social and economic reality of opportunity costs. And it is this phenomena that I, as the chairwoman of the House Anti-Woke Caucus, want to make sure people understand. We are not just dealing with stupid comic books and radical anti-American leftist policies. We are also dealing with an obsession that has become so all-consuming to those on the other side that the toll in human suffering and property destruction cannot be ignored. As a devastating example, let's look at the recent California wildfires. The cause and magnitude of those fires cannot be written off as an act of nature, because that is not what happened. Rather, a substantial number of fires in California are started by arsonists and homeless encampments, and that appears to be the case in terms of this recent conflagration. Even setting aside the cause of the fires, however, this catastrophe was years in the making, with resource management, overregulation, and failed water policies all finding their roots in a fixation on climate change and global warming. Ah, yes, with Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass deciding that the threat of a 1 to 2 degree change in temperatures 100 years from now warrants whatever suffering we may come about today. Let's start with the radical environmentalist decisions for the last several decades to fight every effort to undertake proper, effective, and safe forest and range management practices and to implement better fire protection policies. In fact, one such organization fought to block a wildfire prevention project near the Pacific Palisades to protect a shrub called the Broughton's milk vetch. We can thank this group for their efforts to protect this shrub, although such protections were clearly only transitory since they also burned in the November fires. But this is not an isolated situation, and we have watched it play out year after year in Western states, as the so-called experts and environmentalists would rather our forests, our prairies, and our homes burn to the ground than allow us to implement common sense and much-needed treatment techniques to prevent these catastrophes from happening in the first place. Did you know that in 2020, Gavin Newsom vetoed a fire mitigation bill that had been passed by both houses of the Democrat-controlled California legislature? That bill provided funding for vegetation management to maintain defensible space around structures, reduce flammable material, reduce fire risk, and harden evacuation routes. In his veto message, Governor Newsom exposed his moral corruption by stating that any efforts to fireproof California could not take precedence over his plan to replace single-family homes with affordable housing and multifamily units. I could spend hours regaling you with the many ways in which radical environmentalism and the fear-mongering surrounding our ever-changing and healthy climate has destroyed our natural and human environment, but I think you get the gist. In short, in the name of climate change, in the name of our environment, in an effort to burnish their elitist bona fides, these people have largely destroyed the very things that they claim to hold dear, with their policies and actions being responsible for spewing more carbon and pollutants into the atmosphere than our collective humanity could in hundreds of years. And that is why we must expose them for the frauds that they are. Charlatans who prove time and time again that they know nothing about the environment, climate, resource management, how to build strong, vibrant, and resilient communities, or human nature. But like so many dictators before them, believe that they are the experts who are entitled to micromanage our lives, mandate and restrict our mode of travel, control our food supply, and shove us into 15-minute cities and multifamily homes. Now, it is often easy to make fun of people like Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, Kamala Harris, Al Gore, John Kerry, and others. But these people have caused and will continue to cause real human suffering unless we stop them. And one tool that we have is to expose the true cost of their woke ideology. But it isn't just failed environmental policies that are to blame. We must also call out the entire DEI industry as being one of the many culprits resulting in the death and destruction that we have suffered. First, as I mentioned earlier, California's wildfire problem is largely man-made, with the homeless population and arsonists being responsible for well over 50% of all of the fires. All in the name of being equitable and inclusive, you see, personal and community responsibility are relics of the past when it comes to modern-day California. And nothing epitomizes that more than in allowing the homeless to literally run your cities into the ground and, when they so choose, to burn them down. Second, DEI is not only insidious because of what it means in practice, but in the fact that it allows politicians and bureaucrats to divert our precious resources from where they should be focused to pet projects that have nothing to do with carrying out the functions of government. The stories from California are legion, of millions of dollars being spent on DEI workshops and training, of hiring based on race, sex, sexual orientation, and intersectionality, rather than on whether the individual could physically do the job. And the outcome? Empty reservoirs, broken down fire trucks, air-sucking fire hydrants, no evacuation routes, and not enough firefighters. DEI is a disastrous concept in theory and wholly destructive in practice. It undermines faith in our institutions and allows unelected and unaccountable bureaucrats to redirect hundreds of billions of dollars into programs that we don't want, don't need, and that ultimately destroy everything that we hold dear. Fortunately, we now have a political leader in President Trump who understands how destructive these environmental policies have been to our communities and how insidious DEI policies are to our physical, mental, and financial well-being. Thank God, in other words, that we have finally awakened from this woke nightmare, and it is a new day in America. God bless CPAC, God bless President Trump, God bless our warriors who are fighting on behalf of all of us, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Rob Finnerty.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start, so go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Welcome to CPAC. At Great American Media, we celebrate what matters most: faith, family, and country. Today, we invite you to experience storytelling that uplifts, inspires, and reflects the values we all cherish. PureFlix is your home for entertainment without compromise. With faith-driven movies and series, we bring you stories that strengthen hearts, uplift spirits, and honor what truly matters. And on Great American Family, where faith leads, where stories inspire, welcome home. Whether it's Christmas all year long, heartfelt romances, or movies that bring families together, we are here to make you feel at home. At Great American Media, our foundation is quality. Our promise is to always deliver entertainment that aligns with your faith and values. Thank you for standing with us as we stand for faith, family, and country. Enjoy CPAC. And remember, when you choose Great American Media, you choose entertainment that lifts you up. Join us and experience the best in faith and family entertainment.
Hello, I'm Jim Paff, president of the Conservative Caucus. The Conservative Caucus has been winning battles in Congress for all 50 years of its existence. In fact, we're the oldest conservative grassroots organization in America. We helped re-elect President Trump and win the Senate. And with your help, we will continue to advance President Trump's MAGA agenda. Join the team to help Trump make America great again. Go to theconservativecaucus.org and sign up now.
Institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, an interview with Governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, hosted by CPAC Senior Fellow, Mercedes Schlapp.
Come on, your favorite governor, let's go. Okay, we're waking up here. All right, I think Governor Sanders, Sarah, Sarita, my sweet Sarah. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to have Sarah with us. We are in countdown mode right now because guess who's coming? Who's going to close out CPAC?
I mean, just a slightly well-known individual, maybe the most popular human on the face of the planet right now.
Yeah.
So, America's favorite president.
That's right, President Trump. Are you all excited? So this is such a blessing for me. Sarah and I worked together at the White House for several years, and I mean, Sarah, seriously, what you have accomplished is amazing. And we're so proud of you. Thank you. Just to start right there. We were trying to raise our kids during that time.
Trying being the key word there. We were trying to raise our kids, and somehow they turned out amazing.
Yeah. Which says a lot, really, truly. They were all in the backstage. Sarah brought her daughter Scarlett with my girls, and they were doing the whole posing of taking pictures together. We were like, this is the next generation of leadership, seriously. But let's get to it. Okay, so you were at the National Governors Association dinner, and President Trump had this interesting exchange with the governor from Maine. We're all in the family here. Tell us what happened.
Well, I think it was classic Donald Trump. If he doesn't like something, he's going to call it out. I think it's one of the things that has made him so incredibly popular. And one of the reasons he's been able to get so much done is because he doesn't care who's in the room, what it looks like. He's going to tell you exactly what he thinks in that moment. And that's what he did. And frankly, he's on the right side. I'm so tired of hearing the left say that they care about women when they can't even tell you what a woman is. And we finally have a president who will stand up for women and fight back. And I think that it's a great thing to see Donald Trump being the one to sign executive orders that defend and define what a man and what a woman are, which it's sad that we have to do that. But also, as a mom of a daughter that is a 12-year-old volleyball player, that we have somebody that's saying, no, we're not going to let men play girls' sports. And Donald Trump is doing that, and I think he's right to call people out who are on the wrong side.
So we have a rating system that we rate at CPAC, all the state legislatures, all the governors, all the federal legislators as well. Governor Sanders has ranked the top conservative governor in America. The top, #1. And I know partly is because we're related, but no. But Sarah, tell us about, you're in the middle of the legislative session. You have so much going on. You've been in office now. And what are you planning to accomplish this legislative session? What do you think the people of Arkansas really want and what they're focused on?
We're working on that, and the President Trump is very quick to remind us on that every time I see him. But what we've really focused on is bringing conservative principles back, and everything from opening up universal school choice. We were one of the first states in the country to do that. Starting next semester, every single student in Arkansas will be able to choose where they go to school, and their parents will be empowered to make that decision. And I'm really proud we were one of the leaders of that. We've cut taxes 3 times in the state of Arkansas in just 2 years, now making us competitive with every other state in the region. We are getting indoctrination not just out of our K through 12, but also out of higher education. And we don't care if you're tenured or not. That is one of the big pieces of legislation that we have going through this cycle. We're also removing cell phones from the classroom, and I signed legislation this week. Bell to bell, no cell, and really proud of what we're doing for young people, for parents, for families, and we're going to continue fighting and making Arkansas the most conservative state in the country.
And people are moving in. It is becoming a popular destination. I mean, walk us through why your state, and you know, we always talk about these federal elections, and obviously having President Trump in office is such a critical win. But these states are just as critical as well, because we meet people from California who talk about how horrific it is to live under Democrat oppression. Let's just call it what it is. And here we have a perfect example of what you're doing in Arkansas to be that blueprint for other states. What's your advice to other governors, especially Republican governors, that are trying to do the same? And we talk about conservative principles, but these are American principles of being pro-family, pro-economic prosperity, pro-safety.
Well, one of the big differences now is we actually have a partner in the White House instead of somebody we have to fight every single day. I got to see Lee Zeldin yesterday. He's the new head of the EPA. I said, I'm just glad we have somebody there that we don't have to sue every single week, and we can actually work with to get things done. You know, over the last several years, Republican governors are the ones who have held the line. While Washington was a completely broken, dysfunctional mess, Republican governors are the ones who stepped up and worked on securing the border. We sent Arkansas Guard to the border 2 separate occasions over the last couple of years because Joe Biden wouldn't get the job done. Now we have a partner in Donald Trump who's not going to just be a partner, but he's going to be a leader. He's going to be the #1 fighter, pushing back on some of the crazy wokeness that we have seen the left try to impose on our families, on our schools, on our businesses. And Republican governors are going to be right there with him. We're going to make sure that our schools do not become indoctrination factories for the left. We're going to make sure that you can run your business the way that you want to and that you can raise your kids the way that you want to, as it was intended in this country. And I'm proud of the work we've been able to do. Arkansas is now the #1 state in the country that people are moving to. It's not Texas, it's not Florida, it's not Virginia, it's Arkansas. So if you don't live there yet, we're ready for you to move and call that your home. We're the #1 state for economic growth. We're the lowest cost of living. We are booming on all fronts, and it's because we're implementing good conservative policy that lets you live your life without constant government intrusion. And that's something we're proud of and something we're going to continue to do in our home state.
Gosh, wouldn't she make a great vice presidential pick in 2028? I think so. I do. Sorry, Sarah, you don't have to respond to that. Okay.
I'm not. Very happy to be in Arkansas.
Okay, maternal health, you're providing funding. I really want you to talk about this problem this crisis you discovered in your state, how you're solving it, because it's not only impacting states like Arkansas, but other states as well in the South. Walk us through what you're doing there.
You know, one of the things that I think is so important for the pro-life community is that we don't just focus on the baby when they're in the womb, but it's what does that look like after, and making sure that we are actually fighting for kids every single day. And that's something that's really important in our state. We had about 10% of moms in Arkansas that were never seeing a doctor until they were in labor. That's unacceptable, especially when they have that access to care. They just weren't taking advantage of it. We know that healthy moms make healthy babies, so we've invested heavily in making sure that those women get the care that they not only need and deserve, but they know that their life and their child's life has value. And it's something that we want to protect at every single stage. And so we're investing heavily in the maternal health problem in Arkansas, and something that we're going to expect to see a dramatic impact and dramatic results just in a short amount of time.
So we've seen President Trump right now, where he's been in office for 32 days. It feels like it's been like 10 years that he's been in office. It's so remarkable to watch the amount of work he's been able to accomplish. Now, as us, the Trump 45ers, is that what we are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes us sound older than we are.
Makes us sound so old. Help me figure out here. Like, I'm watching this and going, I'm amazed. It is so different from what our experience was at the time. Give us that comparison of what you're seeing, and also what advice you're giving to this next administration right now.
Look, I can't say enough good things about the president and his team and what they're doing. You know, we used to joke that you aged in dog years during the first administration because it was like 7 at a time. And so
we haven't aged, not a bit.
Well, we didn't, but it was the most intense, most, I think, polarizing, difficult time that we've seen probably in political history in a very long time during Trump's first administration. Nobody expected him to win. And when he did, they weren't happy that he was here. Then they saw what life was like under a Trump administration, and they had a chance to see what life was like without Trump in the White House, and they didn't like it very much. And so now that he's back, people want to see him doing exactly what he talked about on the campaign trail. They want a strong economy. They want somebody who will secure the border. They want somebody who's going to take China on. He was the first president in my lifetime that actually called China out and is holding their feet to the fire. I was the first governor in the country to kick China out of our state, off of our farmland, and impose a fine on them. We know that's popular. And it was because of Donald Trump that we were empowered to take those type of strong actions. We have a president who's going to make our allies actually respect us and our enemies fear us. It's a total opposite of what we saw over the course of the last 4 years. You know, you joke at the speed of which Trump is moving. They always have heard the moniker that we wish that government could move at the speed of business. Well, he's redefining that all over again. There's the speed of government, there's the speed of business, and now there's the speed of Trump, which is unlike anything I've ever seen. And he's doing so much so fast, they don't even know how or where to attack him this time. Yeah. And so I hope that he can keep up this pace. I've never seen anybody with the level of energy that he has. As you know well, it was not surprising that we could get a phone call from the president at midnight, 1 a.m., asking us to do a laundry list of things and then calling us back a couple of hours later at 4 or 5 in the morning and saying, "Did you get all that done?" I'm like, "No, I didn't." But he doesn't sleep. He doesn't expect anybody else to sleep either. And he's almost twice my age and he has twice my energy. But it's because he loves this country. And he did not need to run and take this job on, but America needed him to be willing to do it. And anyone else that would have gone through the level of intense criticism and the attacks, 2 assassination attempts on his life, would have given up. But this is a president who I think that only emboldens him more. The more they come after him, the stronger and tougher he gets, and the more he comes back ready to deliver for the American people. And I love getting to see him with this mandate and with this level of excitement for his presidency, because he deserved it the first time and he didn't get it. And now he's getting it and he's winning, and because he is, America's winning.
So I love always getting the insider information. So there would be times, this is so funny, we'd literally our first meeting was like 7 o'clock in the morning. I can't even remember. It was so early in the morning. We're half asleep, and before you know it, they'll be like, President Trump had tweeted something out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So we would all look at Sarah and we'd be like, "Okay, Sarah, this is what he said. What are our talking points?" I mean, that's how it was. I mean, it was so really learning on the job too. So now that you've transitioned from being, the president's spokesperson, the press secretary at the White House, into being the governor of a state, how does that feel? I mean, how is it so different?
It's really different when you're the one sitting in the chair and it's your name on the paper to sign legislation or an executive order. There's a different weight and responsibility that comes with that. But I could not be more thankful for the experience that I had in the White House, because I learned so much from the president. One, never back down, never stop fighting, and always do what you think is right, and the rest of it works itself out pretty well. And that experience, I think, gave me such great perspective. And one of the most important things and takeaways was that I didn't need the outsiders to define me. In those moments, the most difficult days that we had in the White House, of which there were many, we didn't need the outside world to define us. We had a creator who had already done that, who had given my life meaning and purpose. Amen. And my job is to believe that and try to live up to the path that he laid for me. And if I do that, the rest of it, whether it's in the White House, my house, or the governor's mansion, gets really simple after that. And so proud of what we've been able to do, and glad that I got to do it alongside some of the most amazing people on the planet.
You're going to make me cry. Sarah would get up every time we'd go into her office. She would have her scripture open every day. Every day. It's what guided you. Every day.
Otherwise, I'm not sure we would have survived.
I would agree. And I'd come in with my holy water. The Protestant, the Catholic, we're all in it together, okay? So I just want to get this question in real quick, because, Doge has been a phenomenon. It's been a phenomenon in the federal government, but you have like pre-Doge.
We started something we called Arkansas Forward. It was a project to go in, look at government efficiency, waste, fraud, and abuse. Just within the first 6 months, we've already identified at least $300 million in savings, which is big for Arkansas. Our budget's $6 billion. And so for us to identify that level of savings already that we're implementing, and some of it was as basic as getting rid of old phone and fax lines that haven't been in use in years. We will now save the state of Arkansas $1 million a year just eliminating things like that. If we can do that on an Arkansas small state level, I can't imagine what they're going to continue to be able to uncover through DOGE and the amount of savings and waste, fraud, and abuse they're going to be able to get rid of. It's an exciting thing to see.
So, Sarah, what inspires you every day?
My family. I have, my daughter's here, so I'll cry when I talk about my kids. I have the 3 most amazing kids, Scarlett, Huck, George. They're 12, 11, and 9. My husband is incredible. He has the patience of Job because he is married to me. And I know I'm not an easy personality, so...
You're easier than you think. You're wonderful to work with.
But I have an incredible family that loves me no matter what, and my kids are perfect reminders of everything that's at stake, everything that's matters and is important in the job that I do. And I don't mean the job as governor. While that is a big role and one I love and I'm proud and honored to have, there's no more important and bigger task that I have than being a mom. And so I take that really serious and trying to do the best I can to deliver for my kids.
So my call to action to you all is that you pray for Governor Sanders and her family, because it's really hard to raise a family, be in the public eye, and do the incredible work that you do. And what is your call to action to our CPAC family?
To keep fighting. Without you showing up and cheering and championing not just the people that are running for office, but more importantly, what they stand for. Find people who love this country as much as you do, support them with everything you can, and keep showing up, because it makes a difference. Because there are moments where you're running for office or you're in office and you think you're all by yourself and nobody is there. And so when you look out and you see a room of people like this who love America as much as you do, it is a great reminder to keep fighting and not to let the naysayers get you down. So keep showing up, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, we love our Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Tucked away in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Lynchburg, Virginia, you'll find us, Liberty University. Here, we pursue excellence in all of our academic endeavors, from anywhere. We fight for victory in our athletic programs and fan the flames with a mighty roar. We equip students with a Christ-centered perspective that changes lives. We are creators, problem solvers, and world changers. But above all of this, we are champions for Christ.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
I want to go on the record and say I'm for moms, I'm for America, and I'm especially for Moms for America.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
The most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Mom-led revolution.
The steal was stopped on Election Day, I think in no small part thanks to Judicial Watch's heavy lifting. In just the last year and a half or two, we've cleaned up 4 million dirty names from the rolls. We also got that huge Fifth Circuit ruling that found counting ballots received after Election Day is unlawful. You can be sure that all helped ensure cleaner elections on Election Day, but there's more work to be done, so be sure to support Judicial Watch's election integrity work.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Hola a todos. Es una gran alegría para mí estar nuevamente en los Estados Unidos y es un honor poder hablar ante todos ustedes hoy. Muchas gracias a los presentes y especialmente gracias a CPAC, que siempre ha tenido una consideración especial conmigo. Gracias Matt, gracias Mercy. Hace apenas un mes dije en el foro de Davos que creo que estamos atravesando un punto de inflexión en nuestra historia. La historia transcurre en fases o etapas, momentos en donde el espíritu y la idea se materializa en una persona o en un grupo de personas, a veces cercana, a veces con kilómetros de distancia entre ellos, pero con un hilo conductor invisible que si se pudiera observar, presumo sería muy similar a las imágenes que observamos de redes neuronales del cerebro humano. Hoy estamos precisamente en uno de esos momentos en los que la historia, con H mayúscula, está cambiando su curso. Estamos viendo en tiempo real el destino del mundo bifurcarse hacia un nuevo camino, distinto del lugar al que nos estaban llevando las élites y el establishment político de nuestros países. De la misma manera que en la década del 30 se podía vislumbrar que la llama de la libertad se estaba apagando y que comenzaba un nuevo cambio de servidumbre para la humanidad, hoy finalmente podemos decir que la era del Estado omnipresente ha terminado. Hoy somos testigos de un momento en el que la larga marcha del Estado sobre el individuo está llegando a su fin. Me refiero, por supuesto, al colapso del modelo colectivista y el amanecer de una nueva era de libertad. Nos hemos preparado para este momento y creo que genuinamente que estamos dando una batalla crucial para el futuro de la humanidad. Pero como siempre digo, solo se puede obrar de forma eficaz si el diagnóstico desde el que uno parte es el correcto. Hay que entender dónde estamos parados y a qué nos enfrentamos para poder saber cómo llegar a donde queremos. A lo largo de todo el mundo, las sociedades occidentales se enfrentan a un mismo problema y a un mismo enemigo. Una clase política que extrae cada vez más recursos de los ciudadanos a través de impuestos, con el fin de implementar un modelo de expansión estatal ilimitada. Una clase política con complejo de Dios, que pretende regular cada aspecto de la vida de la gente, haciendo honor a una de las máximas del fascismo de Benito Mussolini: dentro del Estado todo, fuera del Estado nada y nada contra el Estado. Hemos llamado a esta clase política el Partido del Estado, una casta extendida cuyos miembros, más allá de diferencias superficiales, comparte la idea fundamental del avance del Estado sobre la sociedad. Son todos aquellos que por interés económico o convicción ideológica o incluso cierto idealismo ingenuo trabajan para los intereses del Estado. Los medios de comunicación tradicionales o ligas y media, la oligarquía sindical, los empresarios prebendarios, los burócratas permanentes no electos y en consecuencia intrínsecamente irresponsables, las organizaciones mal llamadas no gubernamentales que hacen el trabajo sucio de los políticos, las instituciones académicas que proveen el marco teórico para la expansión estatal, los organismos supranacionales y todos los que de alguna manera pertenecen a la gran secta del colectivismo mundial. Y por supuesto, esto incluye a los partidos políticos tradicionales, que sin importar su color, coinciden en la tesis fundamental que más Estado siempre es mejor. En Argentina, por ejemplo, teníamos un sistema político compuesto por unas 50 sombras de socialismo. En Estados Unidos existía la ilusión de bipartidismo de un partido demócrata que marcaba la agenda y un partido republicano incapaz de enfrentarlo hasta la llegada del presidente Donald Trump. ¡Viva! Curiosamente, el mío lo van a tener que esperar hasta el final. Curiosamente, el presidente Trump es un outsider, igual que yo, porque la tarea que tenemos por delante, el desafío que tenemos por delante, no es para políticos tradicionales que han vivido toda su vida del sistema. Es para gente que no le debe nada a nadie, que no está comprometida por los vicios del sistema y que sabe que es más importante el cambio que el poder por el poder mismo. En el establishment político de nuestras dos naciones existía una mentalidad más o menos explícita de que el avance del Estado equivalía a avance de la democracia, que cada conquista del Estado implicaba un acto de justicia social ante las supuestas injusticias de la libertad, que el rol del Estado era llevarnos a una utopía igualatoria mediante la creación sistemática de supuestos nuevos derechos que obviamente debían ser financiados por los pagadores de impuestos. Es justamente en el centro de este esquema que se encuentran los políticos, los principales beneficiarios de este modelo de expansión ilimitada del Estado, esos que hacen de vivir de otros por la fuerza un estilo de vida, depositarios de poderes y privilegios que serán la envidia de cualquier monarca de la historia.
Ah, brava! Allora, cambia un attimo. Se dicevano lei che era attaccata allora sai che arriva là, no, la velocità l'entrata vecchia però, USG. Può essere più grosso. Sì, per il collegato. Ma la parte tranquilla, questa non è di questa non è. No, c'è No, ma è a livello etico.
io quello che trovo con me è comunque senti, ho un cane spostato, non voglio spostare sto cane. No, ma qui ma chiunque arriva fa parte, ma anche c'è la signora quello che sta là, sì, ma figura che sta lì, non è che sì, appunto,
no, no.
Allora, aspetta lei che se una cosa un po'. È già sceso a metà. Questo non è troppo, infatti, sembrava strano che. Ma io guarda, per un periodo ho fatto, andava sotto casa, alla fine mi sono fatto di asciugato e mi impiegava pure, sicuramente. Io andavo lì, facevo tutto, non ho bravo, guarda se ci pensi, se ci metti pure si può usare l'asciugatrice, ma no, a casa, quando ti costa
Questo, no?
Sì, aspetta, ci arriva? Devo metterlo sul tavolo. Io le mie gambe ma tu hai elasticità. No. Anche perché no, io lo faccio una volta a settimana, poi quella cioè, ma se lo tiri fuori di là, devi fare un giro meno profondo. Io non lavoro, faccio così. Anche perché io cosa? Poi ti capenti se uno parla occhio, non ripetere. Se uno parla di non ripetere quella frase. Lui ha avuto quella frase. Io la butto sul sesso con attitudini dispregiative. Io l'ha buttata subito. Con minore attitudini rispetto all'altro. Non ho detto né inferiore né doppio. Ti secco. Vabbè, non ho detto né inferiore né doppio. Il sole è adesso. Il sole è più forte che la luna. Cosa la grande? Sì, sì, però il nostro è una cosa di informazione. Allora loro mi hanno detto se ci stai dal clima no, questo è quello no, questo qua e beh dipende dal clima perché se c'è sempre la stessa cosa poi non è che la parola ma non dipende anche dalle persone. Io naturalmente fatto consumato mi sa usarlo meno consumato io sicuro consumo l'altro non sapevo pensare meno male che ci sono stato per sì sì no ma io sono la prima che ci posso incettare dai mettila sì sì no che si inciampa e tiri giù sai che devi fare? Aspetta, cerca di un fino qualsiasi anche un dibattito calcolone esce la spina quando sei in questo perché c'hai una lunghezza pazzesca però qua non deve inciampare nessuno non si vede comunque noi stiamo una volta che ho finito questo aiutare Andiamo avanti al la batteria sono quelle che c'è sopra, c'è il lampetto dentro al verde, c'è il lampetto dentro la batteria verde, sono molto poco,
devi per lampetto, la
pallina facile da vedere,
la pallina dentro,
a parte lo metti, a parte no.
Sì, vabbè, ma io ho questa passare in
no, come te, tanto fai, come te fai la finestra, fai la finestra
al pubblico.
Quello che l'ho detto. Per 4.000 metri scendo in caduta sulla strada.
No, perché non ho capito, infatti volevo dire perché
no, rispetto a noi
già l'hanno detto che domani solo adesso non si fa neanche il video da scuola.
no, proprio non puoi parlare, mia madre non parlava con la coltura bilaterale. Mia madre gli siamo dando l'ossigeno, la panera non parlava, purtroppo sono così. Perché se sono così non si partiva, ormai è morta di una bilaterale, per fare una complicazione a cuore. È morta così. E io ho visto che lei sai perché? Perché la partita è fulminante. Allora, perché lei è venuta, gli ha portato una cartina, gli ha preso il cuore perché la sua ispezione era al polmone del cuore e da che aveva una bronchite è diventata, ma nel giro di 48 ore, polmonite gli ha preso il cuore. Lei l'abbiamo sentito perché guarda, se noi stavamo dormendo, mia madre non era io perché ero figlia, ho sentito con delle ottime motivazioni e io poi dico non penso che senza di cosa? No, sarebbe morta comunque, ma sarebbe morta prima. Allora, per lei sarebbe stato meglio perché moriva la classe di persone, poi non c'è da
No, no, che poi magari il ospedale perché il ospedale perché poi deve essere
no, però scusa, aspetta, perché la notte che l'abbiamo portata
no, dico il fatto che è rimasto tanto tempo non c'è, mai andato
perché l'anziani comunque però io perché se non avessi vissuto come se lei fosse morta quella notte io non avrei vissuto che l'ospedale non si salvava se io e mio padre non ci fossimo fatti male lei ci fosse morta neanche io quindi questa cosa poi posso dire che mi era meglio che moriva quella notte senza cominciare però questo lo posso dire perché se non mi ricordo e lei quando io l'ho portata in ospedale lei non riusciva a parlare e perché a mia madre mi ha 70 anni che sono un uomo di 80
sì, malandato
caffè,
ti accompagnavo io
sì, ma io lascio tutto qua ma lascia qua
abbiamo il generatore a benzina, ci puoi trovare. Questo è il nostro, in case ogni tanto bisogna vedere. Questo è più mercato, quindi Ne mogu bez tebe.
I can get a extension. At the end, we'll switch to yours. Tiles, relax. I think I'll supposed to get next time. possibili da
Ah, brava!
allora cambia un attimo se diceva non è allora sai che arriva no, la velocità
Adesso te la mando su, ma la vado quello, vedi che per bene
L'entrata vecchia però, scusa, l'USC.
no, non fare.
USB grosso. Con la chiave. Ma la guarda, questa non è di
va bene.
questa non è. No, c'è pensa
No, ma è a livello etico. Io quello che trovo con me
comunque non voglio spostare sto
no, ma qui ma chiunque arriva, ma passa a parte, ma anche c'è la signora che sta là, sì, ma figura che sta lì a
Vabbè, quello che è reato.
sì, appunto,
mamma?
Allora, aspetta lei che ti dice
Devo fare una cosa un po'.
È già sceso a metà. Non era troppo, infatti, sembrava strano che...
ma io guarda per periodo ho fatto stava sotto casa alla fine mi sono fatto studiato mi ripiegava tutto sicuramente io andavo lì facevo tutto non guarda se ci pensi la musica se ci metti pure se puoi usare l'asciugatrice no a piazza quando ti costa
Questo, no? Sì, aspetta, ci arriva? Devo mettere sul tavolo. Io le mie elasticità. No. Anche
no, io lo faccio una volta a settimana, poi quella
Scusa, ma siamo più fuori di là, siamo in giro meno confuso.
Io non lavoro
lo faccio così.
Anche perché io
Cosa? Poi ti da 20 se uno parla
occhio, non ripetere.
se uno parla di...
Non ripetere quella frase. Lui ha avuto
Sono 70 io la butto sul sesso con attitudini
dispregiative. Lui l'ha buttata su
con minore attitudini rispetto all'altro. Non ho detto né inferiore né dopo.
Ti secco.
Vabbè, non ho detto né inferiore né dopo. Il sole è più forte che la sì, sì,
il nostro è uno sbaglio di informazione. Allora loro mi hanno detto se ti fai
al clima.
No, questo qua
dipende dal clima.
poi non è che la farò
ma dipende anche dalle persone.
Io naturalmente mi sta usando meno consumato sicuro consumo tanto
non so come pensare meno male che ti sto stato bene
sì sì
no ma io sono prima che ci posso incettare dai mettila no che si inciampa e tiri giù
sai che devi fare? Aspetta, cerca di un fino qualsiasi amico un dibattito c'è spina quando stai in queste cose perché c'hai una lunghezza pazzesca
no qua non deve inciampare nessuno
comunque noi stiamo
La batteria sono quelle due che c'è sopra, c'è il lampetto dentro al verde. C'è il lampetto dentro la batteria verde? Va bene. Sono molto loro.
Devi per l'ampetto, la pallina.
Facile da vedere.
La pallina dentro.
A volte te lo metti, a volte no.
Sì, vabbè, ma
io ho visto questa poi cambia.
che fanno venire
no, come te, tanto fai come te fai
la pelle
fai a finestra, fai a finestra
al pubblico.
Quello che vi ho detto. Per 4.000 metri e scendo in caduta sulla strada.
No, perché non ho capito, infatti lo dico perché
no, rispetto a
già l'hanno detto che domani solo adesso non si fa neanche il video da scuola.
no, proprio non puoi parlare. Mia madre non parlava con la cultura bilaterale. Gli devi dare, mia madre gli devi dare l'ossigeno, la maniera non parlava. Purtroppo sono quella lì. Però perché se ne sono andati così non si partiva. Ma madre è morta di una bilaterale per fare complicazioni al cuore. Io ho visto sai perché? Perché la partita è fulminante. Allora, perché lei è venuta, gli ha portato una carriera, la cosa è questa, gli ha preso il cuore perché la sua infezione era al polmone del cuore e da che aveva una bronchite è diventata, ma nel giro di 48 ore, polmonite gli ha preso il cuore. Lei, l'abbiamo io perché guarda, se noi stavamo dormendo, mia madre non era da stasera. Io perché ero figlia,
con delle ottime motivazioni sono
e io poi dico non penso che senza di cosa? No, sarebbe morta comunque, ma sarebbe morta prima. Allora, per lei sarebbe stato meglio perché moriva la parte di questa guardia che
no, che dopo magari perché il foraggio perché poi le ricerche si
no, però scusami, aspetta, perché la notte che l'abbiamo portata
no, dico il fatto che è rimasto tanto tempo quello non c'è, non è dato
perché l'anziani comunque però io perché non, se non avessi subito come se lei fosse morta quella notte io non avrei subito che l'ospedale non si salvava se io mio padre non ci fosse un fatto di male lei ci fosse morta neanche io quindi questa cosa poi posso dire che non era meglio che moriva quella notte senza commentare però questo lo posso dire e lei non riusciva quando io l'ho portata in ospedale lei non riusciva a parlare e perché a mia madre non si è anni che si non per
è malandato
caffè,
ti accompagnavo io
sì ma io lascio tutto qua lascia qua
generatore a benzina ci poteva in case ogni tanto bisogna Opet. Ne mogu bez tebe.
I can get an extension. At the end, maybe I'll switch it to years. Relax. I think I'll just do it next time. Ah, brava!
Allora, onestamente,
Campionato
se dicevano che mi attaccava allora sai che arrivava, no, l'avevo preso in campo, avevo pensato,
quello, vedi fatto bene
l'entrata vecchia però, l'USG.
No, non fare.
USB grosso. Ma la guarda
Guarda
che
questo
sono
va
bene. Questa No, c'è oggi si vede. Dai.